Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you people here. Sorry for the small delay. Guten Abend, Mark. Nice to see you here. And yeah, today we met here to watch the second Hobbit film. And I know a lot of people don't like the second Hobbit film that much, me including, but I think we can still have a decent time here. And of course, would appreciate if some people come here to watch that. I also hope the sound is okay, which is like the first thing I will do. I already streamed and the sound issues with the microphone were not there in the other stream. Even me streaming to two different services like to YouTube and to Twitch. It seems to be okay here. So I still have no idea what caused the issue, why it's there, but currently it seems at least to work for me. That is, I guess, the most important part. Everything else is not that important. And yeah, of course, it was really strange. Sorry again for the problems in the previous streams there. But yeah, what can I do, right? It made very little sense, and I actually have no idea why it's potentially now gone or not. But at least listening to myself, it seems it's not there. So it should be fixed. I hope sound is good. I'm loud enough, and you people are happy with that. So let us move to the next point here. To how do we watch this? How does this watch party thing here work? So if you haven't seen the other ones, I explain it very fast. I will show you a timer on screen. Where is it? Here it is. Like this. Maybe I place it somewhere else, but I guess it's okay. And I will use the script. Or this time I will count up, and it is basically synchronized to my own DVD thing. I mean, just show it here. It counts up now. I can reset it. And yeah, so you know where in the film I am, and you can sync your version of it. The film we are watching will be the Hobbit, The Desolation of Smaug, the second Hobbit film from, I think, 2013, if I remember correctly. And we watch it in the extended edition as well. So that's basically the trick we are going for here today. And it is about, I also wrote it somewhere. I think it was in the community post, right? I forgot though. I think 179 or 74 minutes, something this magnitude. You just see if I posted it here. Yeah, 176. I got it wrong. But yeah, roundabout 3 hours. It's definitely shorter than the extended edition of the Lord of the Rings films. But I guess it makes a lot of sense for the Hobbit things. Not gonna lie, because the Hobbit's just a shorter book. And it's already very long. But still, I kind of appreciate the extended edition. And that is why we're why we are watching it here. I will give you a countdown then when we start from 3, and then count down. And then you also start. You, of course, I can't stream the film here on YouTube, because that would just get me banned and into legal trouble. So, of course, I won't do that. You have to consider use other sources to watch the film yourself, just as an explanation, of course. I think it is on Max, whatever the service is called. I think it's Max, right? I'm not even sure what this is for a service. I don't know where you watch it in Germany. I know the Lord of the Rings, and I think also the Hobbit films are also on Prime, but not the extended edition, only the theatrical cut. You can also watch the DVD, Blu-ray stuff. I watch it over Blu-ray, and if you watch it over Blu-ray, there's only one timer. Like, there's no disc switch like in the Lord of the Rings versions of the films in the extended edition. So we have no break. I could again ask if people here want to have a break today watching the film. So in chat, let me know. Also, this time, just to make sure that there aren't any troubles further in line, I will stream this only to YouTube, not to Twitch this time, just to avoid potential sound issues and so on. I hope we have one stream where everything is technically absolutely fine. So of course you won't see the film or hear the film stuff here on the stream. You have to watch it along. But yeah, most people here know this. I hope you had a fantastic day and also came good into the year 2024, which potentially offers new challenges for us all, I guess. But we will find this out. Is everybody ready in chat? Do we need a what is it called? A poll for, do we need a break? Like, chat. Is anybody in chat who says, Chris, I need a break. It's 3 hours. Can we have a break in the middle or something? Then we can figure something out. But if not, we will just watch it in one go. Yeah, I hope everyone have a wonderful year. I'm ready. Okay, awesome. So Marcus here, RS Arayan already saw. A great Grebo is also here. Awesome. I do have to switch the DVDs. Oh, that's unfortunate. Do you know when you have to switch the DVDs? Like what the last scene is on the Hobbit thing? Let me just pick up here my film thing. Where is it even? Here it is. Because then we can just make a short break in between. Just have to know when we have to make the break. It says 1 hour 32:10. Let me just see. We have a total of 51 chapters, so it should be around about chapter 25. Let me see what this is. The prophecy. Oh, it even says a time code. The home of Bart would be 1 hour 31. So I assume after the home of Bart or somewhere there in between. Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure if you have the same scene, but there is a chapter switch between when Bart throws the apple into the boat where these two spies of the mayor of the Master of Lake Town are sitting. We could make a break there, chat. I'm not sure. So people who might need to switch the DVD can do this there. Okay, so that's the organizing part. I would say let us start. And I hope I don't forget about this. The first scene is very interesting already. That's an extended scene. It's it explains how Gandalf and Thorin meet each other. Bart tells his son to stay and then runs off. Okay. If you know that this scene is coming up shortly, just write in chat. Ideally, like 20 seconds before it comes up. That would be awesome. Then we maybe can take a short break. Okay, so enough talking. We're getting here later and later. That's not what we want, of course. So all I need to do is get my script here ready. Wow, that was a strange sound. Okay, I'm at the beginning of the film, and I would say we start in 3, 2, 1, start. Okay, Warner Bros. Logo, a Time Warner company. Also, I hope you don't hear the sound of the film here in the stream. That would be bad. If that is the case, let me know. And I wish you all much fun with this, of course. Okay, now it starts. New Line Cinema. No, it does not start yet, but roundabout. Wingnet Films project. Now it should be the first scene, right? No, now it says The Hobbit. Okay. Is here also again a cameo? Yeah, here's a Peter Jackson cameo with the carrot. In the rain, we see Bree. I always love Bree. Bree is like, yeah, I also do like the scene. I like always going to Bree. I don't know. It has this very, in the films, this very cool vibe to it. Like this medieval village, a lot of people, a lot of travelers coming through this, the prancing pony and stuff. Could have been the movie though, yeah, for sure. The laugh. Here we have the daughter of Peter Jackson, I think, again. I don't know her name, unfortunately. But she also has a lot of cameos in the film. We see also something very interesting, a little hobbit, and he's picked up and sit on the chair at the counter, what do you call it, at the bar. There was where Strider sits, I think. This other dude is sitting now. But yeah, it's interesting that also hobbits are described in Bree. We have the big folk, as the hobbits call them, and also some hobbits living in harmony. So it's a very interesting detail. I'm playing, welcome, Zerp. I'm playing Dwarf Fortress while listening to this. What a pleasant Saturday. I can imagine that. I think the daughter of Bart is the daughter of the Bofo actor. Yeah, something like this. I remember hearing about that as well. In the books, though, Gandalf and Thorin don't meet in the Prancing Pony, though I think it's a cool place for them to have a meeting. They meet on the road, and also quite early. And and Thorin invites Gandalf to his halls in the Blue Mountains. I also hope the sound is good. Like I said, if something is wrong, let me know. But it seems to be good. And we see the Azanul Bizarre, how Thror is killed. A big change here. This does not happen in the battle. Thror is killed before. Then the battle starts. Azog dies and is killed by Dain, or Doin, as we pronounce in Old Norse. And only his son Bolg survives. I think Throin also approached Azog, but he couldn't defeat him. And was only with the help of the dwarfs with Doin that this was possible. But Azog dies in this battle, which is different here in the films. They call him here Thrain, which is potentially the English pronunciation you would use. But he's called, the Old Norse pronunciation would be Throin. This is also a big difference. Here, this scene explains how Thorin's father went missing during the battle or after the battle. But that's not the case. his father actually established with Thorin the halls in the Blue Mountains. And then at some point he went on a quest for Erebor as well, with also some, I think Balin was also in his company and so on. And in Mirkwood he was caught and by Sauron and put in this dungeon in Dol Guldur. And Gandalf met at this point, or at some point, Thorin already. He got the map and the key from him. So far, the backstory in the books versus the films. Sorry to say, with the movie, I was a movie on that one, and likely will never get accustomed to the way of saying the names. Yeah, I can get this. It's surprising that the A is pronounced as an O sound. It's a long A in Old Norse. You know, for example, in Swedish or so, the A with the circle above. I think it is. That's the long A. Or Norwegian. I like the tension that some people are also chasing Thorin here. Reminds a little bit of the whole Bill Ferny stuff in Bree in the Lord of the Rings. If you need a burglar, here he is, the master burglar. 12 months later, at this point, Gandalf already met Thorin's father, Thrain/Throin. Yeah, those guys know better than to miss with it, that for sure. So now we see, we switch to the present. We see the big entity here. The bear. And now the logo, the Desolation of Smaug. There's the house. Depends. Like Gandalf here says, none. Okay, now switch to this field and the dwarves running, for people wondering, where are we now in the film? And they're running to Beorn's house. Chased, of course, by these orc on walks. This is at the border of Mirkwood, if I remember correctly. Same as Radagast's house, Roscobel. And interestingly, Beorn knows Radagast. That's very funny how fast Bombo can suddenly run. That's a bear. Good old skin changes. Not over fond of dwarf. Well, it's bad that they have so many with them, right? The last homely house. The last movie sounds much more inviting. Okay. See the house of Beorn in the distance. Get again a closer look of him. Azog does not dare to attack, of course. From the first time I read and the many times after, I love the introduction scene in the book. And the movie extended it only. It does it good. Yeah. And here comes Bolg. That is a son of Azog. Not sure if this is explained in the films in any shape or form, that they are related. But yeah, in the books, Bolg is his son. And in the books also, Azog is dead at this point. Long dead. Good old ring watching. Interesting cut that we now cut from here to Dol Guldur. And yeah, Azog was summoned to Dol Guldur, it seems, by Sauron, the necromancer. Spoiler, it's not revealed yet that he's a necromancer as Sauron, but yeah. I think here on this channel most people know. Interesting, I think the necromancer idea is also left over of, let's say, an earlier, if I wouldn't call it version of Sauron, but earlier character that Tolkien developed called Thu. He was also a necromancer. I kind of sticked when he developed Sauron. I guess he became Sauron at some point. It was replaced by him. It's difficult to tell if Thu and Sauron are the same character, like a further developed character, or were different, like, if they're, you know what I mean, different characters. So, of course, Sauron is inspired by Thu to some degree. But Saruman said it's just a man dabbling in the dark arts. I like how he's there and just comes when his dad shouts. When we see the transformation then, it's also kind of cool. Asking myself where Bjorn is parking his pants while he's in bad form. The one B that is close is only there for the 3D effect, yeah. I watched this also in 3D when it came out. Wait for the signal. Bombo counts as 2. So far, I like the film. Like it goes downhill later, in my opinion. Especially the extended edition stuff and the edit stuff is pretty decent in the extended version of the film. But yeah, he found his friends. Extended cut's always better. Yeah, well, I would agree. Interestingly, yeah, he knows. You are absolutely right. I love the negotiation skill here. There could be more than 2. Kind of. One more. Oh, I kind of find the scene funny. It just means does Buffer get more screen time moments than many of the others? Yeah. He definitely gets more screen time. I think that is a quote from the book, kind of. That the wood elves are less wise, more dangerous. Maybe not. At least a quote from somewhere. I hate dwarves, but I hate orcs more, yeah. Very interesting that Sauron is like here in the film, Gandalf does not know about Sauron yet, or in the books he knows. Though during the time The Hobbit was written, that is not, of course, really clear. Because, the Sauron idea and ring idea and so on was developed much after the publication of the first edition of The Hobbit, so it's always a bit complicated. This is a change I don't like. They talk about the high fells of Rhudaur. But this is about the Nazgul, but the Nazgul were never buried. The Nazgul were basically, died. Completely unnecessary, I agree as well. They kind of wanted to connect, give them some origin story. I don't know why. It makes no sense because the Nazgul play a very, very minor part in this here, in the film. But it's in my opinion, a very big change. And I agree with Mark, it's very unnecessary. You have to consider that the Nazgul already were around doing things for like hundreds, thousands of years. It's not like they got just buried yesterday and now left their graves or something. That's not the case. And I think the implication here in the film is definitely very, very much against what Tolkien actually wrote. So that's very unfortunate and unnecessary. And it was called Greenwood the Great. Now it's become Mirkwood because Sauron resides in Dol Guldur in secret and changed the form, or the, what do you want to call it? Let's say the purity of this forest, and evil things started spreading there, and it became Mirkwood. And Mirkwood is an interesting term that Tolkien chose, because we also find a relatively similar term to that in Northern mythology. Or also in Old English mythology, like in the Beowulf, I think it was also mentioned. In the form of Myrkviðr, I think it's pronounced in the Eddaic poems. Yeah. Mirkwood is, I think, the Old English name for it. Something like this. No, it's from Tolkien stuff, right? Whatever, it doesn't matter too much. It definitely appears in some writings of ancient times. And we know that the Witch King fled from the forces of Gondor, Rivendell, and remnants of Arthedain, getting foretelling of Glorfindel, who who kind of cheated. Yeah. But yeah, for example, that like the whole Angmar War is a long time in the past. The death of the last king of Gondor, of Earnur is his name, I think, and at the hands of the Witch King, stuff like this. So they definitely did some work. But to be fair, many of these stories were written after The Hobbit. So Gandalf has to basically take his leave for reasons. He has to go to the White Council. I like the explanation. It makes a lot of sense, because in the books, he goes to the White Council, and here they decide to attack Dol Guldur. This here very different in the film. They compress the whole Gandalf explores Dol Guldur plot arc that in the books take part of hundreds of years, over several hundreds of years, and put it in parallel, which makes a lot of sense in my opinion to portray this, because that's like an information that I think most people are not aware of. I kind of really like the idea of adding the whole White Council stuff here, though the chronology is massively compressed. But I don't like the Witch King change, as Mark already said. That's or the Nazgul change that they buried in these Fells of Rudawa, which is also a name that only is made up here in the film. It's not in the books, at least to my knowledge. the bridge scene. That's also kind of funny. I think some of these scenes here also extend. Now, where the shadow lie, the explanation of these fells, the dialogue between Gandalf and Bjorn we have seen a moment ago, that is a new scene. And the other scenes we have seen so far all expanded. Only the Flies and Spiders chapter is the same. The upcoming chapters are all the same. We send this first. I like the sound and this heartbeat in the background. I think they like this mysterious river thing. I like how they portrayed here the atmosphere of all this. Well climbed, Mr. Baggins. Yeah, definitely Mirkwood, not Greenwood. We have this white deer. What do you call this in English? Also stag or something? Chris, audio went off. No, I'm still there. You should hear me. I did not mute myself or anything, and I see the line moving. I'm just reading something up in the background. Yet if they had known more about it and considered the meaning of the hunt and the white deer that had appeared upon their path, they would have known that they were at last drawing towards the eastern edge and would soon have come if they could have kept their courage and their hope to thinner trees and places where sunlight came again. Suddenly on the path there had appeared some white deer, a hint and fawn as snowy white as the heart had been dark. Before Thorin could cry out, 3 of the dwarves had leaped to their feet and loosed off arrows from their bows. None seemed to find their mark. The deer turned and vanished in the trees as silently as they had come, and in vain the dwarves shot their arrows at them. "Stop, stop!" shouted Thorin, but it was too late. The excited dwarves had wasted their last arrows, and now bows that Beorn had given them were useless. So the deer is, my understanding, an interpret, like, kind of a sign that they were on their way to the elvish realm, maybe? And if they have kind of stayed there, maybe be more peaceful, they could have went into this direction, but they lost their way. It's very interesting that in the book, though, it is actually not Thorin shooting the arrow, but the other dwarves. Dwarves from the Blue Mountains. But did the stag snitch about the dwarves to Thranduil? I would bet they would. The stag would, because they shot at it. You can't blame it. It also seems like there's some mythological connection to the white deer. This is also such a cool scene. I like this in the 3D and stuff, in the cinema a lot. And watching over it, leaving the trees here and seeing, where do we actually go? And he looks now and said, oh, beautiful, but we have to go here. Yeah. According to Wikipedia, white deer hold a place in traditions of many cultures. They are considered to be messages from the other world in some Celtic mythology. They also played an important role in other pre-Indo-European cultures, especially in the north. The Celts believed that the white stag would appear when one was transgressing a taboo, such Puil trespassed other one's hunting grounds in English folklore. The white hart is associated with Ern the Hunter. Okay, now the spider warning. Unpleasant. I always wonder how Bilbo still will be able to know the direction after climbing down. It's a good question. But to be fair, there are some, maybe he's just very used to wandering by now and he's good at orientation, then I think it's possible. There are also persons, I think, some, let's say, some very natural people in I don't know, let's say jungles or something. They, for example, don't have the concept for left and right, and they're very good at orienting in these jungles, because they kind of always have a feeling for where's south, where's north, and so on. So they don't say, give me the glass to your right. They say, give me the glass to the south or whatever. I mean, also powerful Bilbo now does powerful Bilbo things. Yeah, these the spiders of Mirkwood are the offspring of Shelob, kind of. And here in the film, it's implied that he can only hear the voices of these spiders when he uses the One Ring, which is a very cool idea, in my opinion. In the book, though, the dwarves can also hear the voices of these spiders, so they can talk. I always forget that they can talk. Yeah. And this is how the sword. That's, in my opinion, a very cool things to happen, kind of. Like, swords get names by the legendary deeds they do, and this sword of Bilbo did also something legendary, kind of, yeah? Saving the dwarves. And so it became known as Sting. It's such a cool detail, like how swords are named. I find this very cool. Just the concept, the idea of that. I'm not sure if I'm the only one who really likes the idea. Song. That's unpleasant scene, in my opinion. Yeah, close your eyes. I like how Dwalin just punches a spider with his fist. Mine. One elf, yeah, Nicholas appears for the first time. One elf to the holder of Orcrist. You cleaved a lot of goblins there in the last battle. Name the sword Goblin Cleaver. Yeah, pretty much like that. It also says how the wood elves are less wild, but definitely more dangerous. It's kind of very fitting. Yeah, that is true. Bilbo says a lot, Joe. I agree. With just his facial expression. This is also funny. The son of Glóin and his wife. Gimli. In my opinion, that's actually a very cool reference. It is really like the little picture of Gimli. This is an elvish blade, an ancient elvish blade. Forged by my kin. That is actually not. Let me just think. Is this true? No, it's not true. It's not his kin. This was forged by the Noldor, not by the Sindar. To be fair, no. I'm just thinking about if there's a connection to the Sindar in Turgon. I don't think it is. Only in Galadriel's. From Bilbo meeting elves through the beginning of the adventure, the first movie is great. After that, it's very hot and it's hot and miss until the end. Yeah, that's true. Hobbit movies are all pure. I wouldn't say all. The first one is, in my opinion, for the most part okay. The second one has its moments for sure, but it has also very terrible and stupid ideas to it. Also, fun fact, Thranduil seems to be a very popular character in through the Hobbit, simply because every time I upload a video with this man in the thumbnail, people click on it like crazy. I don't know why that is. Should do more videos about him, I think. Question about Legolas and Thranduil. How come they have black hair but black eyebrow? I don't know. Here comes the trash part. Like this whole triangle related. How do you call this? Dreiecksbeziehung in German. Triangular relationship, triangle relationship. I don't know what it's called in English. It's stupid though. Love triangle, that you call it. Try it. No. They're jumping around, bouncing around like an 80s arcade game. For sure, yeah, I know what you mean, but you have to keep in mind that The Hobbit is still the small fairy tale character, and I think Peter Jackson kind of captures this to some degree. Though, of course, the films feel a bit like also directed to a younger audience, which I don't mind, to be honest. Like that of Gimli, Galadriel. Interestingly, Thranduil is at the time when the Hobbit is not called Thranduil, he's called the Elven King. Because Thranduil was not invented yet. That came later. And it seems in theory Thorin the diplomat. This seems also very strange. There were dragons in the north. Also, the dwarves fought them, by the way. Legolas also not invented at the time the Hobbit was written, of course, but there was mention of an elven prince in context of the Elven King, so that was a very early hint for Legolas. I like Val's reaction. On the other hand, no general complaint about the female, very attractive head ranger captains. Yeah. I mean, it's also a cool scene. We talked about if Thranduil could see the unseen, but he has never seen the trees of Valinor. But yeah, Tauriel, of course, also completely invented character. It's an interesting point that you make, Mark. A lot of people did not complain that much about her. But yeah, it's a strange addition. Like, I assume it's in Hollywood not allowed to make a film without a love story, so that is kind of why this was added. And it's not the fault of the actress. Be wrong, but I think Legolas, like Legolas getting a short cameo in the film, or a short role, if that makes sense, I wouldn't mind. There can also be a red-haired female fighting captain like Tauriel in the film. But I think they just focus too much on them. They get too much screen time because they are not in the book. So why not focusing on the characters that are in the book if you want to make a film about the book? That is, in my opinion, a very strange decision. This is an argument I often don't get. Like, why would it not be possible to make a 9-hour film out of this? I think you could have easily filled it with other stuff. Sure, you have to stretch it a little bit, but just give the other dwarves more screen time. I guess Lord of the Rings had it going for it that there were at least some cool female characters there. That is definitely not the case. So if you want female characters in your story, then don't make a film adaptation of The Hobbit, in my opinion. Yeah, he gets far too much screen time. His mother is Dis, the sister of Thorin. Could have made easily 2 movies out of The Hobbit itself, especially with adding the White Count. 3 is maybe a bit excessive, I agree. Yeah, there is a version of, like, somebody made a version of this. He cuts out all the nonsense added to it and makes a 3 or 4 hour film out of the 3 films, and people say that's pretty decent. The problem is, some often ask if we could watch it here. The problem is, technically, creation of something like this is not legal if you upload it somewhere and share it with other people. It's a problem, a legal problem. And I can't I'm a YouTube partner. I can't just promote illegal stuff, if that makes sense. So you can of course watch it in private, but I'm not sure if, of course, I guess I would not get in too much trouble watching it here, to be honest, but I don't want to risk it. So I can't watch it. At least in a watch party here like this on my channel officially. In TV show, each chapter reads like an episode. Book was written for kids, like a bedtime story. Every night, Dad would read you the next chapter of Bilbo's adventure. This Bilbo guy. The dinner in bed is maybe my favorite part. Yeah, that was also pretty cool. And you can see how easily in film you can stretch stuff like this out easily. You can put in some dialogue here. It's, in my opinion, definitely possible. Like I said, I don't mind the first film. It has also some problematic stuff and additions to it, but for the most part, I was very happy with the first Hobbit film. It was not as good as Lord of the Rings. You could definitely criticize the direction. Like, as you said, it's more comical, if that makes sense. It has a definitely different character. It's not that grounded, a lot of CGI stuff and so on. But I don't mind that too much, and then it's okay. Yeah, here, an interesting thing in the book, I think, gets out of all of this a little bit different than the others, if I remember correctly. Because I remember the dwarves were not a fan of him after here. I can't fully remember, but there are some changes here with how the barrels roll out, and he also gets very cold. He uses his ring at some point, going back and finding the other hobbits. They get kind of separated at some point. Maybe it was at the gate or something. I forgot. And there's like an interesting that he leaves footprints on the ground while wearing the One Ring. Those McCade bouncing characters. Sometimes you have just to blend out a detail like this. It gets even worse in this scene here, in the scene. I mean, the Goblin Town stuff has a lot of bouncing around. I feel that's kind of the worst when it comes to that in the first film. Here in this film, it's it. Oh, that's interesting. Those large barrels, wine barrels, are called butts. That's where a butler gets his title. The Goblin Town effects made me cringe. I almost turned it off. It wasn't that bad for me, but I can see that. When I was Legolas and Tauriel soon joining the fray. Ouch. Also, where the expression "a buttload" comes from. That's interesting to know. Kill the she-elf. The barrel ride should have been short and the river raft only, no fight. Yeah, it definitely is far too long. It must have hurt a lot. This looks like a GoPro going down the river or something. Kind of like the idea. But it looks a little bit off, in my opinion. Did she just hit and he fell over? Maybe it wasn't different orcs, it just looked like him. That's a scene I should maybe look at. And to be fair, I can understand though why Peter Jackson did the changes in the Lord of the Rings films, but yeah. It makes a lot of sense to give Arwen more screen time. Okay, it gets ridiculous, but it's kind of funny, to be honest. The Hollywood scene sense. No Tom or Scouring. I think he tried to record the Tom Bombadil stuff, but he couldn't make it work, and I can see why. And the Scouring, unfortunately, would also not have worked on film. It's just a different medium, so I don't mind too much. There are just very few things where I also think they're stupid in Lord of the Rings, like Gandalf's stuff exploding in the extended edition when he confronts the Witch King in Two Towers in Return of the King. The other stuff I kind of like, but that's too much about or complain too much about this stuff here. I think Glorfindel is overrated anyway. Well, I don't think so. I love Glorfindel. I think he's a very cool character. Interestingly, originally Tolkien wanted to have, instead of Legolas, he wanted to have Glorfindel as the elf in the group. Also, I like this stare. Like, this looks very cool, but it makes no sense, unfortunately, in the context of the books that this place exists. It's also kind of hard to reach, I guess. But it's a cool looking scene in my opinion. Like this place looks really dark and you don't want to do that. No idea how the people got the corpses up here, to be honest, over this pass, but it has kind of cool adventure vibe to it. I'll give them that. My only complaint about the All Rings movies is that the extended needed an extended version, not long enough. Yeah. There's still more stuff they could have added for sure. I'm very of those. Yeah, but it's in the book it works. That's a difference the film, even though it's very important. Why am I here? It's true. Not a nice place. Olaf is now in these dark tombs and he meets with Radagast. In case people wonder, where are we currently in the film? Dol Guldur. It's kind of interesting how Mr. McKellen says Dol Guldur here. Glorfindel, he killed Balrogs. Excellion killed more. It depends on the much Excellion killed. He killed at least Gothmog, so the leader of the Balrogs. He got re-embodied. Finrod did it first. Well, they all general get re-embodied, so it's not like an exclusive Glorfindel thing. But also, Glorfindel got more powerful. Potentially Finrod as well, but Finrod was not. Okay, Mac. Sorry, short muting myself. And also appreciate that Aris Aurelian asked like a moment ago if I'm muted, because that's very important to us. Sometimes I mute myself, don't say a thing, forget to unmute myself and talk for like 10 minutes without noticing. So yeah, it's nothing. They should have done a scouring as a fourth film. Yeah, it won't be too much. I think it's impossible to include the scouring in the film. I wouldn't say Tolkien nerfed the Balrogs. Tolkien actually buffed the Balrogs, because originally there were armies of Balrogs, but they were less powerful. And then they made only a handful of Balrogs, but each of them is as powerful as an army. Isn't it available for hire? Ragas played by Sylvester McCoy. He played the Doctor in Doctor Who. Maybe he was Seventh Doctor or so. It's also a bit different, I think, in the book. I forgot how it was exactly there. It's kind of, the idea is somewhat similar, but some details are just different. Not sure if somebody in chat remembers how it was there. So strange. Last time we watched last year, I knew it, because I read the chapter before at some point. I forgot again. So Thranduil's word is worth nothing, so they might have been right to not negotiate with him. An interesting concept that there's an interesting text in Morgoth's Ring about like a situation like this, kind of. And I'm not muted, don't worry. But thank you for asking. I was looking, searching for a quote. So Tolkien writes that though of necessity being the fingers of the hand of Morgoth, they must be fought with utmost severity. They must not be dealt with in their own terms of cruelty and treachery. Captives must not be tormented, not even to discover information for the defense of the homes of the elves and men. If any orc surrendered and asked for mercy, they must be granted it, even at a cost. This was a teaching of the wise, though in the horror of the war, it was not always heeded. So Tolkien describes how these orcs should be treated here. However, we already got the introduction to they are less wise but more dangerous, so... Yeah, the Hobbit is really special, I think. And it's definitely a book that Tolkien wrote with his children in mind, so it's definitely also that, like a story for children. It's still very interesting story. Tolkien developed some of his ideas already in interesting things here. We also had some mentions of these leftovers of previous places that's described in The Hobbit. The Hobbit contradicts sometimes some texts of Tolkien quite a bit. I have to admit, I also like how Lake Town looks. Like, it kind of like the place, it's kind of dirty, it's like looked like a makeshift place, which it kind of is. What scene are you on? Currently, Bart is negotiating with the men about the ship and the barrels. And he just got the money from the dwarves. And we have first seen, now the barrels get filled with a fish. Wasn't there also something with apples in a barrel earlier, and somebody was stuck in it for upside down or something and hated apples afterwards? Something like that. I'm not sure if it was here or in the other barrel section, but somewhere there's a thing. I also like the Lake Town music. Well, yeah, Lake Town looks pretty cool, in my opinion. That's something I say, okay, that looks interesting. I don't want to live there, to be honest. My version is shorter. Maybe, do you have the extended version? I'm with the Master and Alfred now. I can tell you how the chapter is currently called. Now Alfred appears for the first time. Yeah, it's called Lake Town, the chapter 20. The Master of Lake Town is the next chapter for me. Oh, Alfred is also, especially in the next film, also a strange addition. Feely was it? I hope I never smell the smell of apples again. Thank you, Joe, for looking it up or quoting it out of your head by heart. It is the extended version, but I bought it rather recently. Interesting. So the DVD extended version is shorter than the Blu-ray one? I think this guy is also in the production team of... Everyone knows who everyone... And now they pass the gate and yeah, they're sailing into Lake Town. And we see the two dogs and we see the house of the Master of Lake Town. Get me a brandy. Are you getting close, Mark, to the DVD switch? I've got a dash. Pleasure, folks. Enjoy. Cheers. Yeah, thank you for joining us, Don. Have a good one. And maybe see you for the next film watch party, which might be next week. About 10 minutes you need the break. Okay. Holy moly. It looks so disgusting. The eating scenes here. Not sure what's more disgusting, some of the spiders killing scenes or this. There are dwarves in the fish barrels. This camera movement was impressive, in my opinion. Like when I saw it the first time. You definitely see that there's some CG stuff going on, but still look cool if you have the dwarves who are small moving while the camera also moves. There was the Wilhelm scream. I also like that they already introduced some side characters here. Oh man, the classic joke. I like how it kind of covered that up. Okay, Mark, how close are we to the short break? $5 minutes, okay. Originally, I thought we have to make the break exactly here, kind of, but here's the Apple theme. That's it. I adjusted a bit. Okay. Dwalin is not happy. Why are there dwarfs in our toilet? They bring us luck. Do they bring luck? Yeah. I would say no. Yeah, unfortunately. It's more like no, they don't bring luck. We made our own luck. We make our own luck, yeah. Now here's a story that they also included about the ancestor of Bart, Gideon. Gideon, however you pronounce him. Yeah, Gideon seems to be a Sindari name, so it might really be pronounced Gideon. Let's say it gets, let's say it gets way worse before it gets better. Yeah. Classic Nightfall. Well, it seems our dwarf friend is very resilient when it comes to this injury, considering how much she had to endure there. Good old Keely. Oh, Divi starts a pool of blood and Tauriel entering the scene. Tell me where you are when you're muted. Currently, Tauriel and Legolas discuss. Now ask, when do we let evil become stronger than us? Now cut to Bart. And he's searching the tapestry with the prophecy. Have you ever considered doing a review of the Blind Guardian album about Lord of the Rings? No, actually not. Bart is running over the bridge, and it's where the disc ends. Thanks. Okay, you're fine then. Awesome. So we don't have to interrupt. Okay, awesome. Except chat says now we need a break now. Okay. Now they are they get the weapons here. And unfortunately, Keeley collapses. And we get a kind of cool speed, I think, of Thorin. The naysayer. I always have to think about Arnold Schwarzenegger. Don't listen to the naysayers. But to be honest, Bart is not wrong. Bart is not wrong, and Thorin will not keep his word. It's kind of an interesting twist here if you think about it. Bilbo kind of stands in for Thorin here. Says he will hold his word. I can bezeugen in German. What was the English word again? Whatever. But he does not become a liar because that when Thorin does not keep his word, he brings the Arkenstone to Bart and the people of Lake Town. So though he kind of said that, you know what I mean? He still keeps his word that in a way that when Thorin betrays also Bilbo, if you could argue, he will bring the Arkenstone, even though he doesn't say it. You know what I mean? He brings something, he offers something of value to fulfill his kind of word. Exactly. Bilbo has to keep Thorin's word, if that makes sense. That's very honorable, in my opinion, but he also has a reason. Also, Tremoxo, welcome. What say you? Also something what Aragorn says to the Oathbreakers. In the book, isn't Bilbo already lying to Gollum? That's actually a good point. He's also telling the story differently later and lying to people in this regard as well. That's, I guess, a ring thing. But usually Bilbo is, in my opinion, a very honest person. I like Bilbo's helmet. Oh, Marley's also here. Welcome. The Bilbo helmet. Need to be 2 movies. And we're currently with the Master of Lake Town entering his hall. But yeah, I would also argue that, yeah, 2 movies maybe instead of 3 would have been better for The Hobbit, but yeah. Here we are. We still have 1 movie left. I'm done with dwarves. It's also cool seeing with a boat rowing and then seeing Erebor, the lonely mountain there. In the foreground, I should say. But it's in the background. Yeah, this is... Now we see Dale for the first time. The ruins of it. I do like that that after Thorin, Balin is the most important dwarf and the one who interacts with Bilbo, most with Bilbo, yeah. I also really like Balin in the film. I think I like his role. Even though here it seems to be the oldest dwarf in the book, Thorin is the oldest dwarf. He's, I think, the second oldest. Yeah, rings The Hobbit. But what's going on here? I thought it was a movie going to play. Of course, can't stream the movie on YouTube, else we get simply banned. So you have to find means to watch it, and we all sitting here watching along. And you can synchronize the film with the time code shown on the screen. Classic watch party. And we just talk a little bit over it. So yeah, here in the books, this already happened hundreds of years ago, and Radagast is not involved in this at all. But yeah, Gandalf goes at some point a second time to Dol Guldur to see what is going on there exactly. Maybe you can find out when that was, to be honest. Let me see. Yeah, 2941 it was. So this is actually in parallel to The Hobbit. No, it was earlier. 2851 it was. So 100 years almost, like 90 years before The Hobbit. (2850), Gandalf noticed that, went to Dol Guldur and noticed that the necromancer is indeed Sauron. That we will learn here in the moment. I love the Roscobel rabbits. Yeah. Radagast is mentioned one time in The Hobbit, but mostly he's mentioned in Lord of the Rings, interestingly. He has a bigger role. Well, you technically can stream it on YouTube. You just gotta put it in the background and distort. Yeah, but I have a kind of an official channel. Do you really think I jeopardize a copyright strike if somebody finds out and strikes me? That's a copyright strike then. It's not even a claim. You could get around content ID for sure with that, but if somebody notice it, it's a problem. Did he fail or didn't doing Macarena with the animals? Sauron surprised. Olorin, what are you doing here? There's also a change I kind of don't like that much, but we come later to that. This is kind of interesting though, because here we see Gandalf finding a dwarf in the dungeons of Dol Guldur. Especially, I think the films are so widely available these days, so it should not be a big problem to find the extended edition of the Desolation of Smaug and watch it along. So yeah, this is indeed. Now we have a continuation mistake because we see Thrain, or Throin, if you pronounce his name Old Norse, and he has both eyes, but in the previous movies he was missing an eye. That's also what we can read in the book, that he had an eye like he got hit by an arrow or something in the Battle of Azanul-Bizar, and now we see him having two eyes for whatever reason. It's very strange. Is unfortunately not part of the theatrical cut. Like, they're this completely missing that they meet. But I find it very cool that they meet again. But yeah, the story how he got here is he went originally in the books. He also has both eyes in this scenes, interestingly. But in the first film, you see him also briefly, and there his eye is missing. I think that's also it makes potentially sense, right? I forgot when he lost his eye. I think it was in the Battle of Azanul-Bizar. But that was already after the thing is lost. So it's kind of mixed around here completely. No, there was actually a battle between Thrain and Azog. But yeah, in the book, he went to he established the halls in the Blue Mountains with Thorin, with son Thorin, and then later went on a mission for his own quest to Erebor, and that is how he got to. And on the way in Mirkwood, he was captured by Sauron's forces, and yeah, this explains so that his ring was cut off. His father Thror also went to Moria, and there he got killed by Azog, and gave his ring to Thrain, the dwarf we see here. And so he becomes kind of his predecessor, successor, predecessor is the other way around. And then, yeah, he was the king. He became Thrain the Second, the next king after Thror. And then he wanted to take Erebor also, and on the way he got captured, got brought to Dol Guldur, lost the ring, and this is how Sauron got the last ring of the dwarves. The war was the war between the War of Dwarves and Orcs happened. Let me just look it up. It happened far before. 2793. So 150 years before, roundabout 950 years before The Hobbit. The Kraken-like creature, one of the old ones, or whatever they called in any other encounters with the creatures of Tolkien's books. You mean the Great Watcher from the other book? Well, he also killed some of these dwarves here later when Balin has his mission to Moria. I would like to look it up with the eye thing. It might be difficult to find. I think it's in Appendix A. I'll do it differently. It's too slow doing it like this. Let me see if I find it really quick. It's potentially an understatement. Nonetheless, in the morning, Thróin stood before them. He had one eye blinded beyond cure, and he was hauled with a leg wound. But he said, "Good, we have the victory. Khazad-dûm is ours." But they answered, "Durin's heir you may be, but even with one eye you should see clearer. We fought this war for vengeance, and vengeance we have taken, but it is not sweet. If this is victory, then our hands are too small to hold it." It was in the battle. This from Appendix A in Lord of the Rings. And so you see that it's actually the wrong way. When they are still in Erebor, Thróin has lost his eye, but there he should have both eyes. But when he is in the dungeons found by Gandalf, he should only have one eye. So they kind of mix this up for whatever reason in the films. And when did I already answered that. I thought, what did happen to the dwarves? Not when. No, Thorin. But yeah, it's a very interesting story. It's also interesting that when Thrain or Thróin, Old Norse pronunciation, went on his mission to Erebor when he got captured by Sauron, also I think Balin was with him. But I have to look up if Dwar was also with him at this time. Thrain the Second. After that. Yeah, in 2841, 100 years before the events of The Hobbit, that is. He left the Blue Mountains with a small group included Balin and Dwalin, which is kind of funny that they already went for the quest of Erebor before. Traveling east. And they were also harassed by wolves and orcs and fell creatures. And they camped in the under the eaves of Mirkwood. Then Thorin disappeared. And would never been seen again by his kin. And then only Gandalf finds him much, much later in the dungeons of Dol Guldur. And he finds him, interestingly, round about 10 years later, Gandalf. So the difference is not that big in comparison. I think the dwarves giving up too fast. Yeah, I agree. They give up unbelievably fast here. Is Return to Moria good? Perfect image. First of all, welcome. I would say it's pretty decent in my opinion. I made a review, I think, on this channel or on my games channel, either there. But it's a decent game, especially if you have friends to play it with. I would say, though, if you are a huge survival crafting fan, then Return to Moria, the game is... there are better options in this genre. Like, simplest thing is potentially Minecraft or something like that. Or... what scene are you in? Thorin just opened the door to Erebor. Balin and Thorin sell this scene so well. Minecraft is better than, for example, Return to Moria or Raft. There are a lot of other really good survival crafting games out there. So if you like the genre, you might be a bit disappointed when it comes to Return to Moria. But it's a decent game. It's not bad. I think the only thing that kind of sells it is definitely the IP, like that it's in the LotR universe. And yeah, it can be pretty fun. But if you just want a good co-op survival crafting game, there might be better options. Agreed. In Thorin scene, yeah. It's a pretty cool scene, though. Yeah, the movie does a really good job with Balin. He's the most likable of the dwarves, I think, yeah, for sure. But the others, in my opinion, have too little screen time, and that's definitely my biggest criticism. That they should not have given so much screen time to, for example, Legolas and Tauriel, but more to the other dwarves to flesh them out a little bit more. Let them have some dialogues on the road with each other, some little details. I would not have minded that if they just made this a little bit more. Now comes the scene that is, in my opinion, most nuts. And just to underline the point, if you look at the pillow where Keely's head is on, and you also see, no, it's not the head, it's here on the table. You see also nuts or walnuts on the table. Chestnuts, whatever the correct term in English is. Walnuss. Yeah, I think it's walnut. What is a chestnut then? Ah, okay, that's the other thing. That's the castagna, I think. Yeah. I mean, I don't mind Tauriel, to be honest. I think she's a cool character. I like the actress. The actress does a good job, so I don't mind if people like her, but I personally would have wished they focused more on the dwarves than on Tauriel and Legolas' whole love triangle nonsense. I think that's a little bit too much. Yeah, the Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War, pretty decent, also pretty good game. Some flaws they have as well, but I like them. If there really is a dragon down there, don't waken it. Great line. No. Don't wake it up. Bilbo, don't wake it up. It's by the way interesting. I'm not sure how many other dwarves were already alive when Smaug attacked Erebor. I think Balin was 7 in the books roundabout, and Thorin was 26 or something, or maybe 30 something. Also, this is a change I also don't like that much, to be honest. Because it makes no sense. Even though in the extended edition they kind of try to explain all of this, it makes no sense. Also, Gandalf has this glittering silver scarf here, which I've always find interesting. Also, here Gandalf heals Thrain, so he remembers who he was. In the books, it's described that he could not remember his name at all. And yeah, they like Gandalf is captured here. Spoiler in the second Hobbit film, and this makes very little sense because Gandalf wears Narya, one of the 3 elven rings, and would Gandalf have been captured by Sauron, he 100% would have lost that ring. That would be the first thing that Sauron would have taken away from him, because Sauron really wanted those 3 rings. And that's why this makes very little sense. I also need to lower the volume on my side. And he's gone. So, but he died also in the dungeons there when Gandalf found him. He got the key and the map from him. The dwarf didn't know who he is. Gandalf kind of could puzzle together that it is maybe Thrain later, and that he had possessed one of the 7 dwarven rings. I'm pretty sure that Gandalf would not be able to hide Arya from the gaze of Sauron. Like, why would... Even Frodo could see Galadriel's ring. He possessed the 1 ring, for sure. But if Frodo can see the ring of Galadriel, I'm pretty sure that Sauron, Maiar, can see who also made the 1 ring, and the concept of how to make those rings, could have seen the ring on Gandalf's. Yeah, Galadriel, it's true, later destroys Dol Guldur during the Lord of the Rings events. No, the Gollum game, in my opinion, was not very good. Look how Mordor looks so red. Yeah. Okay, so now we have also a pretty cool scene coming up. I think these scenes are usually what people maybe remember and not the nonsensical stuff, like Tauriel healing Kili. The movies only show Gandalf having Narya at the very end. You see him when he holds, you see a ring on his hand. I think they also in the extended edition mention like the rings are now passing, whatever. They are gone. You see some of the rings. But in the books, it's, yeah, we learn that somewhere. But it makes no sense, like, just capturing an Eastery from the perspective of Sauron is a huge thing, and I just can't imagine that he is imprisoned and Sauron does not find out about Narya at all. Like, that seems to me absolutely impossible. Yeah, that Gandalf has the ring is definitely not part of the movie plot at all. That's true. Círdan, my favorite, yeah. We also see him at the very end, which is very cool. Círdan gave the ring to Gandalf. And Gilgalad gave it to Círdan, the king, the High King of the Noldor. And he got it from Celebrimbor. Uh-oh. Currently, Smaug, we see the Eye of Smaug for the first time, and Bilbo is hiding. While the gold slowly, the coins all flow down slowly. And Bilbo hopes that he has not awakened the dragon. Thanks, I'm in sync. Okay, awesome. And we still have a little bit of screen time left. Because Sauron does not have the One Ring, I'm willed to argue that Aurora might hide the ring from him, especially since he did not take part in the making of the three. You could make this argument, but we definitely know that the Maiar can see the unseen, so how to hide the ring from them? I can see how this might happen. There we have him, Smaug. But for sure, having the One Ring sure helps possessing it, but Galadriel also basically told why Frodo asked Galadriel, why can't I basically control the other rings in Lord of the Rings? I'm not sure if I will find the quote. It'll be tough to find this fast, to be honest. I think I found it. Yet even so, as a ring-bearer, and as one that has borne it on the finger, and seen that which is hidden, your sight is grown keener. You have perceived my thought more clearly than many that are accounted wise. You saw the eye of him that holds the 7 and the 9, and did you not see and recognize the ring upon my finger? Did you see my ring? She asked, turning again to Sam. No, lady, he answered. So you could argue it's of course connected, but Sauron also had the One Ring once for quite some time, and the One Ring is part of, like, Sauron put his essence into, at least part of it, into the ring. So the Sauron is and the One Ring are part of the same being, if that makes sense. I would still argue that it's possible for him then to potentially look through Galadriel thing. And if not by the means of possessing the One Ring, then just by spirit being, that's very powerful. And I don't understand if the elf rings made separate to the One Ring. Why does the One Ring have power over them? Over them, because the design, the technique used to make rings, is flawed. That was provided by Sauron. The idea of that, touching the rings, is just like an additional effect to give those rings a more evil tendency. Further, also the other rings confer ability to move things to the unseen. That is different for the 3 rings of the elves. But even though they are different in that regard, they are still based on the designs of Sauron. That is why they are, in their design, they are flawed in their basic structure, if you want to call it, in their idea. And in this idea are also slave rings, if you want to call it like this, to the master ring, to the One Ring. They can still be controlled by one who possesses the One Ring. That's the idea behind all of that. The flattery of Smaug is a great part of the story. That is true. It's kind of interesting for me as a Dark Souls player that he calls him a calamity. It has nothing to do with it though, but in Dark Souls 1 DLC there's also a dragon you can fight. Calamite is his name. Calamity. And he also drops the Calamity Ring. Makes the game harder, because if you wear it you take twice double damage. It's more a ring for people who like a challenge. And that's with the book, so it's just always, if a dragon talks about calamity, I have to think of that ring and the dragon from Dark Souls 1. Why it didn't go through the front door? Yeah, good question. But they want not to be noticed. Yeah, that is true. Okay, I might reconsider, but Azog for sure shouldn't see the ring. I think it was still regarding the rings. As a Hobbit trilogy have grown on me over time, especially if you see what garbage gets released nowadays. Yeah, I can definitely see that. Like, the Hobbit films definitely have some great scenes and stuff in it. They also have just, unfortunately, some stupid additions that can be annoying, especially for book fans. Like this whole Lake Town stuff now with orcs climbing on roofs with Legolas and Tauriel there and whatnot. It's terrible. It's far from perfect, definitely, but it's entertainment for sure. That's why we're watching it. Like, there are definitely worse films we could have watched today, to be honest. Whenever kids say "da," it always annoys me for some reason. I wanted to ask about this. Is this like an accent thing? I even thought about Grimm's Law, which kind of describes in Germanic language how the consonants, for example, shift over time. And I thought about, but I think like sorry, my English is 0 today. No problem. Mine as well. But yeah, D becomes, I think, TH, not P. What? Wait, we could. DH becomes D. P becomes F. So instead of da, you could say pa, something like this, with a P, but D doesn't become P, I think. I don't know. And was the orc attack like that in the books? No. There are a lot of, like, Lake Town was, I think, not attacked by orcs in the book, right? But yeah, here we have the roof climbing orcs, which I think interesting. Yeah, there's only the big at the end, and the big battle, if you mean this was orc attack when the orcs it was also slightly different compared to what we see in the film. So the idea is the same. So here we enter the realm, unfortunately, of strange additions. Yeah, the wings hurricane thing is a thing. Here we get to learn that there is something missing in his armor. Book Smaug even deduced Bilbo's promised 1/14th reward, one of the 1/14th reward. He's very perceptive. Yeah, that is true. Is it with Smaug also more poem-like? Yeah, it's definitely more poetic. Let's put it that way. I think in the book, though they also use at least some of the lines and put them well into this dialogue scene here as well. So I wouldn't blame the films there too much. I think the Arkans, it's not that unimportant, to be honest. He might have been aware of it, to be honest. Let's think. Da. Is it you, Da? I think it's not really mentioned if Smaug was aware of it. I think the role of it is definitely in the book. Though of course it also Bilbo steals it, Thorin wants it, and he brings it. She-elf to the rescue, yeah. And so now there are 2 she-elves. Wow. This scene. With the cutting off his head. Like a lot of heads off here in this film. It's weird. It's weird. It's right in his side, but they seem to never recognize. Yeah. The hands of the king are also the hands of a healer. Tauriel's hands healing. Yeah, she's also a queen. I recommend to subscribe. Yeah, of course. If you're new to this channel, also feel free to subscribe. Press the like button as well, would be much appreciated as always. But yeah, let's continue here. He thinks, oh, everything is still there. Awesome. Dwarves are playing Seek on hard mode, I see. Yeah, that for sure. So now he's put on the table. And on the table are walnuts. Because this scene is nuts. There are the walnuts. They're now used as a pillow, I think. Also, orc arrows are usually poisoned, so keep that in mind as well. There are the nuts, because the scene is nuts. I mean, it's well put in place, and but I don't know why does Tauriel need this Arwen moment? Can somebody explain this to me? It also seems like every elf is just by accident. So yeah, this scene I'm not a hugest fan of this scene. I guess it kind of strengthens the bond between Tauriel and Keely for this relationship. Some real trippy plans, yeah, for sure. Sorry. Of course, it has to be Athelas. It's been just a different plant or so. No, let's use Athelas here. Of cool. I'm gonna smoke us later then. I'm still mad that Arwen stole Glorfindel's thunder. She also stole his horse. The walnuts. There's an interesting dialogue line here, though, by the dwarf. I think he says he's responsible for the wounded earlier in the film. And now is saying it's a privilege to watch this here. That is, I think, Oin. And interestingly, Oin is born 4 years after they got kicked out of Erebor. Like all the dwarf companions are usually too young to have seen Erebor. There's even a dwarven baby, I think I saw. Yeah, so Balin was 7 years old. Dwalin was not born yet. Oin was not born yet when attacked. Glóin was also not born at that time yet. Oin is the brother of Glóin, Gimli's father. Filikili sure are too young. Dwarf look like they were returning to stone, I think. A nice touch for the movie. Yeah, you can see that. Dwarven baby without a beard. Yeah, that's a problem. So it was dead, so... Let me see. Okay, for some of the dwarfs, we don't have a birth date, it seems. Like for Bifur, we don't have one. For Bofur, we have no birth years. But yeah, these three are also Moria dwarfs. Okay, now we have the confrontation between Legolas and Bolg. So I like the punching or the fight that Legolas puts against this mighty orc here. Yeah, that's true. That's also different in the books versus the films. Could Glorfindel have Witch King? Tough to tell. I think, in theory, yes, he could. But it was his job to do so. Or it was not his fate to do so, I should say. Yeah, in the books, dwarves wake up Smaug and are powerless to even engage in battle against him. This would have not have worked in the movie. Do you agree? Yeah, I think they have to invent like a little fighting and hide and seek section with Smaug and doing some tricks. I kind of get this as well. I don't mind what they're doing here. It's maybe a bit too over the top at times, but I can definitely see why they do this. Yeah, this Rube Goldberg mechanism stuff is way over the top. That's true. I don't, at least at times, I don't mind it so, because this style, like we discussed a bit earlier, that it's always a bit over the top. I think that the golden statue there at the end is a strange detail to it. Like, to this point, I would say, yeah, for like this, if you compare this to town fighting and so on, it kind of fits the style of that. Legolas got the worst one there. Worst on that. I still fancy how Del Toro's vision would have looked like. Yeah, originally Peter Jackson was not supposed to direct this, and Del Toro was the director, but he left the project, and then Peter Jackson had to jump in at just 6 weeks or something to figure this out. Versus Lord of the Rings, he had like I think 2.5 years of preparation time for it. And it definitely shows here and there, I think. But still, it's kind of a wonder that somewhat decent films came out of this with this very spontaneous change at the end. But yeah, I definitely agree. That's one easy light furnace, yeah. Yeah, also in the book, Smaug is a lot smaller, that's for sure. But I don't mind them exaggerating here a little bit. Yeah, he puts a little bit of Coca-Cola in this bottle and 2 Mentos in it, and sees what happens. I'm not sure if it's called Mentos in English as well. Mint-flavored Scotch mint. It's from the Netherlands. Interesting. Rotterdam. Originally, it's from. Interesting. I did not know that. Maybe they're also known in the United States. I have no idea. Is dwarven skin heat resistance, a metal boat on a molten iron river, a good idea? Dwarves are, I would assume dwarves are somewhat heat resistant. Though you know from the Silmarillion, for example, that dwarves wear these powerful masks. And then attack Glaurung. And there's described that due to their masks and armor and so on, they can survive the heat to some degree and fight a dragon. So I would still assume, even if you have an armor like this and wear these masks, that we interestingly see in Rings of Power, by the way, which I find cool. They definitely have, like, the masks I find cool. I have my issues with Rings of Power, just to not confuse anybody. I think you would still need some natural heat resistance. Like, dwarves are definitely described to be very resistant in general and kind of tough people. The scene still bothers you. Yeah, I can see why. Though I think it is gold, and gold is only 800 degrees, and it melts or something, if I remember correctly. But it's pretty silly, to be fair. What's interesting, Balin, when Erebor was attacked, was only 6 or 7 years old, something like that. And I think from how the books, or how these little passages, not that much text about that, read, it always seemed to me like that he was already outside of Erebor. That's how he survived. Only the king, like Thror, his son Thrain, and Thorin escaped through the door. That's also why Thorin actually should know the door pretty well here, because he originally escaped through it, I think. His voice sounded like Smaug's voice sounded so cool in cinema with his. I like how Bilbo just faces his dragon without any fear. Dragons don't like the worm. Epiphy. That's true. Epithet. That's how it's pronounced. Okay. Is that Gold Thror? Yes, it is Gold Thror, I think. That's such a strange scene. Like, I kind of can see the idea that he's fascinated with all the gold for a moment, and that it hasn't fully hardened yet, cooled down enough that it's still liquid or so, but it still is a very... It's very strange. At least now it's Smaug the Golden, so maybe that's where we got the name. So it was, I think, actually I like the gold coating and the way he shakes it off. That is how gold coins were made. Yeah, there's actually a mention of that when Smaug dies. Late spoiler. And the film is over. We just missed the end. Yeah, I just read the word wrong. It's epithet. Good movie. Yeah, nice. It's like when he is shot down and his body lands in the sea later, that there's treasure and glittering, but nobody dares to get close to the corpse of Smaug to collect all the coins that were in his scales and so on. There's like a description of that in the book as well. I'm not a fan of the Ed Sheeran, but the song is good, which shows often the song itself only works because of what it's connected with. Yeah, that's true. I know if we missed the end. Well, I was kind of surprised that it's over already. I was in the middle of my long monologue here. But no, just kidding. I will just pause it here. So yeah, we reached the end of the film. That was the second Hobbit film. And yeah, it has some really good scenes, I think. But especially when I watched it originally in the cinema, mostly the scenes I hated stick, like this gold statue nonsense, the healing of Tauriel, healing with Athelas, and this light show, let's call that way, same as Arwen. For Arwen, it made kind of sense. This is kind of too over the top for some random elf from Thranduil's realm, I think. Pissed off dragon, run away. Yeah, stuff like this. See, all the fighting, all the Tauriel, the over-the-top fighting, the Tauriel and Legolas screen time. Well, I think some of the dwarven characters suffers from too little screen time, even in the extended edition. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that I thought the fighting and the stuff would be in the third movie, but I was kind of surprised how they structured this. Okay, movie that's too long be over already. No, I missed the end because I was talking over it all the time. Just look at the screen and say, oh wait, that's already the last scene of the film. I think the pacing for the most part is okay. I think that kind of works. it maybe has too many parallel places where the film wants to play. Yeah, 13 dwarfs is a lot of dwarfs for a single movie. It's maybe not surprising that they chose to make it. It's maybe not surprising that they chose to not to make it all about the dwarves. Yeah, that's for sure true. Though, as a fan of the works, I would have loved to see even more dwarf action here, and maybe have the characters bond a little bit, that we learn more a little bit about them, even though that is also not the case in the book, to be honest. But yeah. There was something I wanted to rewatch, but I forgot what it was. It was not the baby. I forgot what it was. Did I say it? No idea. Yeah, let me just stop the timer here. In the meantime, stop. So yeah, roughly 3 hours. I hope you enjoyed this little watch party here. And yeah, next film we have the fight against Smaug and the Battle of the Five Armies. And yeah, the ending, which is also a bit extended, which I actually really like. Legolas running upstairs. Yeah, that is also a thing in the next film. I assume you mean Elrond was a healer also. But yeah, of course, Elrond is a known healer, but I think not every elf heals. So to be fair, there is a comment about that often females also were healers because they did not go to war. And the elves kind of, or Tolkien wrote that going to war and fighting and killing, even hunting, would kind of diminish your powers as a healer, if that makes sense. That's why females, which often did not go to war, were often healers. Kind of like that he phrased it. Though Tauriel kills everybody and still is a healer, which is kind of strange. The answers, the good company, and the discussion in the chat, that made the movie feel shorter. Yeah, that for sure. Having somebody to talk about everything and discussing this. I mean, I have seen the Lord of the Rings films a million times, not a million times, but very, very often. The Hobbit films not that often, but by now I also have seen them a lot. So yeah, you could argue definitely that Zerptrip writes, in The Hobbit 3, Legolas doesn't break physics more than he did in Return of the King. That's kind of true, I guess. But some of it is just so over the top. Like, they could have just reduced it a little bit instead of keeping pace with that nonsense. But yeah, that is the Hobbit film. Thranduil and Dain or Duin were my favorite. It's kind of interesting. Like, I think Thranduil is very popular when it comes to fans of the Lord of the Rings franchise. Dain is also pretty cool, I think, with his hammer and his little, what do you call this? His mount. Glad to have a good conversation with the movie. I was just saying that stretching 2 scripts into 3 movies created some pacing issues and moved plot points nonsensically. Yeah, that's potentially true. So I don't mind moving some plot points around, like Lord of the Rings. Peter Jackson did this, and his writing team did this in Lord of the Rings as well quite a bit, but there it definitely helped the pacing of the movies, I think. Here, yeah, they have to stretch some things, add some nonsensical plot lines. I think that's what you mean, right? Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, we don't know when Legolas is born, interestingly. I think there's no hint to when he was born. We only know that he was born in the Third Age. I just think he's born in the Third Age. He could have also be born in the Second Age, to be honest. But yeah, it's hard to tell. We don't know when he was, how old Legolas is. We have no idea. I think also his hair color is not known, but I think Thranduil is known to have blonde hair. So that's, I think, where it's from. Yeah, he's described as having golden hair in The Hobbit, in the chapter Flies and Spiders, according here to this page. Yeah, there was a Legolas in Gondolin in an early version of the story. That is true. And Tolkien somewhere mentions that names usually don't repeat themselves. But yeah, it would be strange if Legolas of Gondolin would be the same Legolas as here, because this Legolas is a son of Thranduil, a Sindar elf. And yeah, what would a Sindar... What business would a Sindar have in Gondolin? I watched a video that theorized a bit about the ages. Gimli was like almost 200 and Legolas was in his 200s. I think for Gimli it's a bit easier to kind of find a date because of the mortality of the dwarves. Like you can say, yeah, usually dwarves get children around this age. We know when his father Glóin was born. But actually, yeah, when they say West, Gimli is 262. There is a birth date for Gimli because he should appear in Lord of the Rings appendix. At the end of Appendix A, there is like a chart. Let me see if I find it really quick. That should be the source for it. That's Appendix B, that's too far, but here at the very end of Appendix A, there is a dwarven birth thing. And yeah, Gimli Elfriend, born 2879, and he dies 3141. The date is so strange because of how it's calculated. Like it's Force H 120. So yeah, we know Gimli's age exactly, but we don't know Legolas' age. precisely. It's very hard to tell, especially in some versions. Thranduil has a father, so if he has a father, he might be younger. In some versions, he has no father, then he was born in the First Age. If that is the case, usually elves have children relatively early on in their lives, and later they don't have children anymore. So you could argue that Legolas might actually be also quite old. What the only indicator I think I can find in the thing, though it's difficult. So yeah, with that he put on Bilbo, he is Thorin, I think, put on Bilbo a small coat of mail wrought for some young elf prince long ago. So it was to fit, so that it fits Bilbo, it has to be relatively small. So also the young elf prince has to be so young that he's still relatively small in size. And this elf prince might be who later becomes Legolas, if that makes sense. And in that case, though, Legolas can't be that old. I think that is how the people would make the argument for him being relatively young. Because if it was made in Erebor, because it is in Erebor, then Legolas must have been, be very young at the time of Erebor. Erebor was founded, or was refounded, I should say, by Thror. Let me see if I find the date. (2590). So I think that is where the 500 years in Lord of the Rings come, because that is 3019 is when Lord of the Rings plays. So that would make Legolas kind of 400 something years old, which would be very, very young, though, to be honest. Elves, depending on the version, kind of reach their adulthood around with the age of 1000. But yeah, I think that is how people kind of come to this conclusion or make this argument. The problem is that the source for it is a Hobbit, and when the Hobbit was written, Legolas did simply not exist yet, from a writer's perspective. So yeah, let me just go back to the Lord of the Rings. Why is this opened in a different file? That confuses me. (3141 minus 2590). Yeah, 551 years, if you would consider that he was born around the time of Erebor. Where can someone find the cut-down version? I can't post this here for, of course, legal reasons. I'm actually not sure where you can find it, though, to be honest. So, I don't know. Could maybe do some research on Reddit or something like this and find something there. I'm not sure. People link it there somewhere. Probably not. After the Alliance, I think him to be born. Much better as 2 movies, yeah. After Thranduil's father died, makes sense. Yeah, that also, but you have to keep in mind that Thranduil's father also did not always existed. Like in some versions, Thranduil's father, Orofer, does not exist. He's only mentioned in one version, I think. In this story. Even though I like the story, how canon Thranduil's father, Orofer, is a different. Of course, Thranduil needs to have a father, but the question is, when did his father live? If Orofer died in the Battle of the Last Alliance, and to this point was king, and this kind of also implies how old Thranduil himself could be. In other versions, Thranduil founded this, and this whole story of his father did not exist. Yeah, exactly. But long ago for a dwarf can be anything. But it wasn't made in Erebor if it was of Mithril. I mean, in theory, it could have been made in Moria as well, but how did it land in Erebor then? And who was the elf prince that it was made for? Like, you could argue, well, Gil-galad was the king at the time in Moria, and they had connections to Moria as well over Celebrimbor, but there was no elf prince. Like Gil-galad had no children, so there were no princes there. So what other prince could be the prince here? I think only Thranduil Legolas would fit, or Orofer Thranduil could also fit. Also, yeah, Marty D, welcome. Nice to see you here. Unfortunately, we finished already the film. Please do one on petty dwarfs. Yeah, that is a topic I always like. I want to make a video about one specific petty dwarf, Mim, but I won't do this anytime soon because it's like I have some ideas what I want to do with that, and it will be a ton of work to make. So that's the reason why I need time for that. I need an open mind, time, and it will be a lot of research. It will be tough to make video. So I always move it further and further back. But one day I definitely make it. But yeah, it's kind of interesting to theorize about what could have been meant by the thing there. Could the Mithril code have been made for Earendil after his escape from Gondolin? The Hobbit story does have a sword from Gondolin, that is true, but I think it would be a very big stretch. I think the idea is that it was made by the dwarves, and Gondolin was a secret place. Like, it didn't feel like they had much business with the dwarf. That would be more a Doria thing, in my opinion. I would say Thranduil being born in the First Age is actually the most canon version, because in Appendix B from the Lord of the Rings, which is, I guess, still the most canon book that we have, we can read an interesting line about Thranduil. Thranduil, king in the north of Greenwood the Great, was... I have to read the line a bit further. In the beginning of it's Appendix B, the Second Age. So this is about the Second Age. In the beginning of this age, the Second Age, many of the High Elves still remained. Most of these dwelt in Lindon, west of the Ered Luin, the Blue Mountains. But before the building of the Barad-dûr, the Dark Tower, Many of the Sindar passed eastward. So before Barad-dûr was built, Barad-dûr was started building, or was completed, I think, 1600, started, I think, 1200, something like that. Many of the Sindar from Doriath passed eastward, and some established realms in the forest far away, where their people were mostly Sylvan elves. Thranduil, king of the north of Greenwood the Great, was one of these. So that is what Tolkien writes in Appendix B here. So that means he lived in the First Age, did some things there, potentially in context with Doriath or whatever, and some of these Sindar, before Barad-dûr was built, passed further into the east, and there he established a kingdom and ruled over some Sylvan elves there. And yeah, Thranduil is one of these who did this. The other, it depends a bit on the version. We have Amros, we have potentially Amdir, and so on. A complicated story with different versions that Tolkien wrote, but yeah. Yeah, exactly. In Doriath, Thranduil would only have been a noble in Thingol's court. I'm talking about, like, if Orofer is a thing, then maybe Thranduil was very young at the beginning of the Second Age or something, when his father founded, instead of Thranduil founding it, as we can read in Lord of the Rings, he founded the realm there. Then at this time, due to being close to the dwarves or whatever, they kind of got this Mithril coat made for Thranduil when he was young. This doesn't work when, as you say, Mark, it doesn't work when that the male was made for Thranduil in Doriath. That makes no sense. I would agree on that. So he could be very young there, but he would not be a prince. So it makes, yeah, it simply does not work. So I would argue, yeah, it was made for Legolas. He was a young prince. I think that makes most sense. Even though I'm not sure what Tolkien had in mind when he wrote this, because this line is actually, I looked this up, this line is actually in the first edition from The Hobbit from 1937. There are reprints of the first edition. I have one because I can't afford a real first edition. Those books are very expensive. And I wouldn't even dare to touch it, to be honest, because they are almost 100 years old. No, not all. Almost 90 years old. But yeah. In the original first edition, also the Elven Prince is mentioned. Potentially Tolkien, it was one of the cases where Tolkien wanted to expand the world a bit and introduce some mystery to it, and he added this line. And later he said, well, it would be interesting if the Elven King has a son. Here we have Legolas, he's called, and the father is called now Thranduil. When he started writing Lord of the Rings in the late 1930s, 40s, and so on, and he completed it, I think, 1949, I think. He completed it or something for the most part. Then he started working on the appendices and connecting it further to the Silmarillion. He expanded the Silmarillion in the 50s, and then it was released 54 and 55. Though it was completed at this time, Lord of the Rings already, all three books. Tolkien planned to release Lord of the Rings as one book. So why did Peter Jackson downplay the King's defeat Sauron? I mean, he burned one king alive, so others could. I'm not 100% sure what you mean, Marley. But yeah, that is kind of the source for Thranduil. And Tolkien later not changed this necessarily, but he put in the name, invented Orofer as father for Thranduil, and in a later version. It's complicated. now I mean the king was burned alive in. Okay, you mean Gil-galad in the Battle of the Last Alliance? Yeah, I forgot where it was written actually, but it described that the Black Hand of Sauron burned Gil-galad, and that is how he died. I forgot how. I'm actually not sure where it's written, to be honest. Naja, here. The ring misses maybe the heat of Sauron's hand, which was black and yet burned like fire. And so Gil-galad was destroyed. That's the description in the Council of Elrond, I remember now, that Gandalf figured out in the writings of Isildur himself that he presented to the Council of Elrond at that time. Yeah, I guess time. It would have made the prologue too long. Yeah, that's the simple answer. Peter Jackson explains that originally there was no planning for the prologue to The Lord of the Rings at all. And he said, it can't be done. I need exposition. I need the backstory. I need to explain this, else the movie doesn't work. And he's right. And then he kind of negotiated that he could have a prologue of the length of 2 minutes, too. And he had to renegotiate this. I think it was completed very last the beginning because it was not greenlit by the people who are giving money and producing this, and he had do a lot of talking for the films. And then he at the end, as we know it, the prologue became 7 minutes long in comparison. Originally had 2, and the simple reason why this is also put together. Why this is all put together like this, and Gil-galad doesn't play a huge role. Simple answer is time. He had not the time for it. It's strange to say this in a 3-hour plus movie, but yeah, it's the unfortunate truth. Time was a problem. Yeah, they also filmed more stuff there. Peter Jackson has more stuff, but yeah, it couldn't make into the film at the end. Sorry, my English again, no problem, don't worry. Oh, Spielcup of Sparta, nice to see you. Good evening and all the best for the new year to you all. Yeah, same to you as well. Nice to see you. Have a great new year 2024. In the end, Gil-galad and Elendil defeated Sauron while dying in the process, and Isildur only cut the ring from Sauron's corpse. Yeah, basically that. Like the description in the book uses the term overthrown. Okay, maybe read it. Not sure how a native speaker would interpret with what it means if somebody is overthrown, but yeah. Let me just see. I beheld the last combat on the slopes of Orodruin, where Gil-galad died and Elendil fell, and Narsil broke beneath him. But Sauron himself was overthrown, and Isildur cut the ring from his hand and with a hilt shard of his father's sword, and took it for his own. But yeah, that's how it's described in the book, and it does not get more precise than this. And though, in my opinion, if you read these lines, you can imagine all kinds of things. Like, this is just a very, very brief, short summary of this battle. You can just mind explore this and make it bigger and have a bigger, like Peter Jackson did in the film. So I can definitely see why Peter Jackson put it into place like this, especially for filmmaking it more dramatic and so on. I could also turn off my device here. Yeah, for what it has to do, the prologue is really great. I would agree on this as well. Like, I like the prologue a lot. Even though it for sure is the source of many misconceptions about some ideas of Tolkien, like the rings, who got the rings, and Nazgul, and so on. Like the beginning, how the rings were made. Because it often gives many people the idea that 3 rings were given to the elves, 9 were given to men, and 7 to the dwarves, which is true, but originally all these rings were elvish rings. That's kind of what people often don't understand. And that's my biggest fear, by the way, for Rings of Power in the season 2, that Sauron now makes the other, like the 9 and the 7 rings in Mordor, and gives them to the men and to dwarves, instead of having all of them forged in Eregion, then stealing them from Eregion, stealing, in the widest sense, conquering it and taking them, basically. And then he can't get the 3 rings, which the elves keep and hide, and the 7 and the 9, he later, after all these forging and war events, he much later gives to 9 men and 7 dwarves. And that he gives them to 7 dwarves is strange. And we talked about this also in my video. That it makes kind of very little sense to some degree. And in the Lord of the Rings, we get the hint that the dwarves believe that Celebrimbor gave one of these rings to Durin. So the ring of Durin is basically the ring given to the dwarves by Celebrimbor instead of by Sauron, because if Durin's heirs must know about the events of Eregion from the book perspective, that how these rings were forged there, how Sauron took them, they would have not accepted a ring like this. I think it would make very little sense. I think it makes more sense for them to accept them from Celebrimbor directly. So Sauron only had 6 rings and gifted 6 more rings to the dwarves, who potentially did not know about these events, so other dwarves. Else, that would put a very bad light on the dwarves. And you could argue maybe that's why the dwarves believe that Celebrimbor gave the rings to the 1 ring of the 7 to Durin, because it would put a very bad light on the dwarves if they later accepted a ring from Sauron. And they must have known that the rings were taken by Sauron, that he had those rings. So somebody gifting you a ring of power, the only person that can do this is Sauron, from the perspective. So, yeah. But of course there are other dwarven clans in the east and so on that potentially don't know about the events of Eregion and so on. But the Moria dwarves should know. Everyone's so chatty in Movie Over. I love it, yeah. Definitely. And also, yeah, the gifting, the Nazgul appear in the Second Age. The first appearance is 2000, Second Age 2750? No, I don't know the date anymore. The date is gone, chat. Why? Numbers. 2950, I would suggest. No, 2251. About this time, the Nazgul, or ring race, slaves of the 9 rings, first appear. Yeah, especially since Durin's, or at least relatives of Durin, or Durin himself, of Moria, fought Sauron when he attacked Eregion. That is true. I read Sauron makes a great curry, potentially. I think even the Dark Lord needs some hobbies. Maybe he likes to cook. We need to drink something. Sorry. Yeah. Let me just think. I think we had a decent discussion now. But you better not ask him for the ingredients, that for sure. So are there any questions left? So I think we had a pretty decent watch party today. It's almost 4 hours as always, so that's a long time. And yeah, this kind of brings us to the end. Have you watched Stephen Colbert's interview of Smaug? It's hilarious. Highly recommend. I think I've seen it ages ago. It definitely is hilarious. All is fine so long as I hate that the on YouTube. I always have the problem that thank you for somebody posting it. As long as meat is on the menu, boys. Okay. The problem is this little heart symbol in the chat is always over the last word when you write a message, which annoys me greatly because I can't read it. I have always to guess the word at the end of a line. It's just a bit unfortunate. Sometimes I have to post a message. Yeah, it should be on YouTube im Spielkalb. I'm not sure if I can find it. I'm pretty sure it is. Every time I hear Smaug speak, I can easily imagine Cumberbatch having a blast recording his line. Yeah, agree. It's easy to find. Yeah. So yes, is there anything else to discuss, chat? Probably not. Like I said, I'm slowly getting tired. I'm a little bit hungry. There's a way to disable the annoying heart on the chat. I've seen it on a channel, but don't ask me how. Yeah, I have not figured it out, to be honest. Like in the options of the chat, why is it still put to top chat though? That makes no sense. I could remove it. I could remove it changing the script of the page or something like that. I have no idea. I just know it's really annoying. Mark Schießer, I have to ask. Feel free to ask. Yeah, if I zoom out a bit, that might work, but it's not perfect. Why not watch the next movie? I really want to know what happens next. Yes. Well, we watch the next movie potentially next Saturday, I think. Potentially the same time as today. So 9:15 German time zone thing. Whatever that is in your time. No spoilers. Yeah, no spoilers. Let me just look at my calendar. Next week should be okay, I think. At least if we do it in the evening, yeah, it should be fine. I will definitely post, like I do it like this time, a day before, so I make a community post and schedule the stream for next Saturday when I'm pretty certain that it will be happen there. So look out for this. Smaug has a change of heart and becomes the ally of all the dwarves. That's the one possibility how it could end. Okay, I have an interesting way of dealing with the heart. If I hover over the heart, it just moves up a bit, and the lower part has no icon, so and it's transparent, so I can see the word at least. That's maybe doing the trick. I found the normal version of this film already too long stretched. Does the extended version add anything to it? I think it kind of makes it a bit more some scenes more understandable. You understand a little better. Excuse me. Understand a little bit better how they get to the scene. For example, in the next film we're going to watch next week, the Battle of the Five Armies. There's a scene that explains how Sauron sends one of his orcs to cut off the finger with the ring from Gandalf. That is not in the book, and it's nonsensical in my opinion, but at least he explains, okay, yeah, Sauron knows he has a ring and wants to cut off the ring. So stuff like this. I also like, for example, here in this film, there's an edit scene where Beorn and Gandalf talk. And this gives a little bit further information on what is going on and so on. So I also like that. There are quite a few scenes like this where the movie itself, the story, the plot makes a little bit more sense, and the motivations of some characters and so on become a little bit more clear. But still, of course, with all this bloated stuff added to it and so on, you definitely can feel that it's stretched still. Like, this doesn't go away. The film just makes sense, and you can appreciate some of the details they added there. And also, like, at the beginning of the film, we see Gandalf and Thorin talking, like here in the second film. So yeah, I would say it adds to it, but it definitely does not make the feeling that everything is stretched out a bit. This does not go away, but I think in some cases the films becomes a bit clearer and works a bit better, if that makes sense. But yeah, no problem, Spielkalb. So yeah, with this, I would say, let me just run the credits really fast, which I have not updated. Let me just, before I run the credits, I could check if we have some subscribers or so to the channel that I not have included yet. Potentially forgot somebody, it's always like that. No, it seems like the list should be actually up to date. Cool. Is there anything in the book, like I mean the Hobbit book, that I would have liked to see in the movie? That's a good question, actually. Because the film is already so stretched that basically everything that is in the book, if it's not completely changed, is in the film already. You must cast a ring into that Icelandic volcano, Chris, before it erupts again. Why the halfling? I'm not sure. Does somebody in chat, like Joe, do you have something that you would have liked to see in the film? Currently, I can't really think of that many scenes. There is a scene in the film, in the book, where I think Bilbo walks a little bit along when they write these barrels down. Like, I think Bilbo walks along on the shore for some time, and he uses the one ring there. That's something that misses that I can currently think of, and I think he also leaves like little footprints behind, which is an interesting detail. I guess I don't really need this scene, to be honest. Something like that, maybe. Beyond that, I don't know. Oh, there is actually one scene, now thinking about it, one scene I would have liked that they add, because when Thorin is buried, I think his sword, Orcrist, is put to his grave. And every time orcs would come near, if they ever would, the sword would glow and warn the dwarves and people. So that, I think, was a pretty cool little detail I could have added. I can only think of little things. Book Bilbo laughed at Smaug at one point and regretted it. Yeah. Chris, that is for next week. Yeah, for sure. That is next week's stuff. Spoiler, by the way. The party under the tree that... The video about Ancalagon. Yeah, the problem with Ancalagon, there is not much about this dragon, unfortunately. But of course, Ancalagon is an interesting topic. Never laugh at live dragons, saying by Bilbo Baggins. Yeah. It's maybe, yeah, small details like this for sure, but like nothing really big. I agree on that. That most of the stuff is kind of in there. Though the whole battle stuff at the end is also okay. That's one thing Nah. Like, in the third movie, they changed the battle stuff. Now thinking about it, like how Fili, Kili, and spoiler, Thorin end in the film, in the book, is very different from what happens in the film. And there, yeah, that's a good summary of the Ankalagon stuff. But yeah, this is kind of interesting that they, I think, wasn't Thorin slain and Fili and Kili protect his body, something like that. It was a bit different than, quite a bit different in the books, and we see it portrayed in the film. And Calagon was big, like, yeah. And Calagon, he was big, like really big. Then he died to a sailor in the sky who became a star in the end. That's basically it, yes. I have a video about dragons. That's very, one of my earliest videos, lore videos. So today I would make it a lot more detailed and use a lot more sources than I did back in the day. Yeah, it's also a good point. In the books, the dwarves, elves, and men work together, and it is heavily said or implied that they made a good connection between all the three nations, which was good for the whole region for the half century. Which the movies don't do at all, yeah. That's also a good point. Like, that's something they could have. I'm not very too happy with it. There are a lot of cool details around how The Hobbit ends, and I feel like this is a little bit missing for the outcome of the battle and so on, and how the battle is portrayed in the films, or in the third film. That for sure. Okay, I think you have stared enough this thing here. I will reset the timer for next time already. And I would say, yeah, let's roll the credits and come slowly to an end here. Shoutouts to all the people supporting here in the many ways. Be it pressing the like button, which you still can do, of course, and leaving comments on videos and VODs and so on would be much appreciated. Subscribing, stuff like that. But also especially to those with the channel membership or subscribing to Twitch. Maybe also using their Prime sub or whatever you get for free when you connect your Amazon Prime thing to Twitch, but whatever. And further, I also need to prepare the next screen, by the way. Yeah, so thank you for your generosity and all of that. I hope you enjoyed this here, and reading chat here, it seems people had at least a good time, even though I know this is one of the more controversial films. Especially the next one will still remain in the realm of being controversial. That is for sure. I hope this was better this time, and we didn't have these weird cutouts anymore, which I still have no idea why they are gone now, but I don't miss them, so at least I hope they are. And yeah, that's it for watching Lord of Rings, not Lord of Rings, The Hobbit, The Desolation of Smaug. In the extended edition, it was immensely fun. It was a very nice evening with you people here. Enjoyed talking to you and reading chat. Thank you for that. It was really fantastic. And yeah, unfortunately, this brings us to the end of the stream. So I wish you all a fantastic rest of the day, or great evening, or a great night in case you go to bed and like me soon. And so, new movie by Warner Brothers. Thoughts? Yeah, I don't know if there will be. Have this year. What is it called? I think it's not by Warner Brothers though. War of the Rohirrim, which is like an anime. Could be good. Could be not so good. Who knows? Currently, Lord of the Rings stuff is a bit mixed. If Warner Brothers ever will do, or whoever has the rights for it right now, a new Lord of the Rings trilogy at some point for sure. But I don't know. I think the old stuff holds up too well and is too beloved to dare to do something like that. Who knows? Again, thank you people for watching, and see you next time. Goodbye.